not breathing. You're just under his spell. Welcome, cursed ones.
Good evening, everyone. It's your worst nightmare and dream come true. I'm Adrian Hallowell, broadcasting live to you. It has been a day. I can say that much. I hope all of you are doing better than I. How is everybody on this Wednesday evening? Still at work, so I gotta lurk. No worries, Purple. I hope the rest of the workday treats you well. But thank you for being here. And yes, welcome in everybody. Welcome in Purple and welcome in Sally. Hope you are both doing good this evening. Yeah, it's been a day. So I am excited to be able to be here and play some more Donkey Kong 64 and just hang out with all you guys, as usual. We still have not beaten this game yet. I would love to finish it in this stream, but I have my doubts. So we're gonna see how it goes. Now we're gonna try and get as far as we can to see if we can't finish it, or at least get as close to the end as possible. So that way, this game is off our itinerary, and we can welcome Agent 64. Which I'm very, very excited to be able to play. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. But lots of interesting things going on today. The gaming world is abuzz with news, and we're going to talk about some of it, as we often do. First things first, the GTA 6 leaks were real. All the footage that's been coming out was in fact not AI, but actual footage from the game. Evidently, a hacker or a group of hackers, I'm not really sure if it's an individual or if it's multiple people. Regardless, a hacker entity of some sort apparently stole footage from Rockstar and has been releasing it supposedly as like a ransom for what they want, as I think confirmation of a physical release of the game, which is obviously not going to happen. These guys are going to get caught and probably apprehended very quickly because Rockstar does not play around. But it's been an interesting little situation, to say the least. Oh yes, I saw the GTA 6 footage. To be honest, it doesn't look as different from 5 as I would have hoped. It's interesting, right? It does look a lot like 5. I know that they have, they added like a gas mechanic, and then you have the ability to like clone, car keys and stuff like that now. Something like that. Guess we'll end up seeing in a few days, because they're supposed to do the gameplay reveal on Netflix of all things. I don't know, it's a whole thing. Rockstar never talks about their games in a regular way. They just do what they want, so we'll see. I don't think that this is going to go the way that the leaker wants, though. I feel like if anything, it's just, all it's going to do is make the punishment for them worse, and probably get people more excited about the game, even if they leak pertinent things. Like, last I saw, they were threatening to leak the ending of the game. I don't know if they'll actually be able to do that, but, yeah. Makes me wonder how they even got that stuff to begin with, but who knows. Beyond that, this upcoming Tuesday, is Gamescom. And as usual, Jeff Keighley will be hosting Opening Night Live, which is going to have the first day of Gamescom, which is the one with the, the conference that's going to have all the game trailers and new reveals and updates on games that have already been revealed. And I'm really excited for it because last year, Gamescom was where we got the first hands-on impressions of Resident Evil Requiem, as well as a short video that showed off the Renwood Hotel portion of the game. And you already know what's on my mind. It is very likely that this will be where we see more of Resident Evil Veronica. And if not that, then possibly the DLC for Requiem. Either way would be a win for me. And I am very, very excited to see it, as well as updates on some other games. And in my Discord server, I made a new channel, so we can actually live chat while we watch it together. I won't be streaming it or anything like that. Maybe I'll get into doing that someday. I feel like it would be fun, but for now, I'm just kind of... I'd like to just watch it comfortably, you know? So I'm gonna do that and chat with whoever wants to take part in the channel as we watch it live. So I made an event for it and everything, so if you'd like to take part, if you're already in the server, you can RSVP through the event tab, or if you're not, you can actually join the Discord server if you're interested in hanging out that day during the show. It's on Tuesday at 2 p.m. EDT. So we'll talk more about it as we get closer to it. But yes, exciting times. On the other hand, as usual, we have more ridiculous news about Sony. So, for those of you that do not know, Jason Schreier, a prolific video game journalist who currently works for Bloomberg, I believe, formerly of, I think, Kotaku, follows into chat. Welcome in, Aza. That's such a cute emote. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we were just talking about video game news. I actually read earlier today via prolific video game journalist Jason Schreier that Sony had just recently ran a private beta test for the game Horizon Hunters Gathering, which is their multiplayer Horizon game. And apparently the feedback on it was so bad that Sony gave them until December to fix the game, or it will likely be canceled. And a lot of fans are very upset because, according to Jason Schreier, this is what the entire team that Guerrilla has been working on, and a Horizon 3 or any other game from them is very, very far away. And people did not really respond well to the trailer. I know when I saw it, it didn't look good to me. And I don't know if anybody asked for multiplayer Horizon. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Aza. And that has been a problem with Sony, right? The funny thing about a lot of video game companies is that a lot of their, like, issues don't really tend to change across different leaders and across decades. Which is crazy, right? Because Sony has historically had issues with multiplayer games, going back to the PS1. From the time that they decided to not include 4 controller ports on the PlayStation 1. Instead, they sold you a multi-tap that you had to plug in order to have 4 controller ports. And then they ended up making the same mistake with the PlayStation 2. It actually wasn't until the PS3 that you could have 4 people playing on one console without the assistance of a peripheral. Which is crazy to think. But Sony used to have some multiplayer games that were decent. Crash Team Racing back in the day. And then, what was it? SOCOM. Twisted Metal. Things like that. But they did not nurture any of those franchises. Of course, they sold Crash off and lots of other things, right? But Sony has historically struggled with multiplayer in a way that Nintendo and Microsoft have not. And that continues to this day. And all of their games as a service endeavors have been failures, from Concord to Marathon, apparently this game now, the Last of Us game, yes, that Sally is referring to, that got canceled. Lots of stuff has just not worked out for Sony whatsoever. Evidently, they canceled a new Twisted Metal recently, like in recent years. That one game, Fair Games, that they revealed still hasn't been seen since they showed a very bad-looking CG trailer of it. They've been struggling with their multiplayer endeavors for quite a bit. In fact, the only game that they have, I think, that really ever took off was Helldivers, and Helldivers is not really a first-party effort. They just published it. Sony being Sony, isn't it? Yes, absolutely. Weird. Didn't they cancel the Last of Us multiplayer game? That one made way more sense than Horizon? Yes. Evidently, supposedly what happened with that, Sally, again, according to, I believe, Jason Schreier, was that when they bought Bungie, they had Bungie evaluate their multiplayer games for quality, and Bungie apparently gave the Last of Us game a thumbs down, so they canceled it. Which I find hilarious because Bungie is not really qualified to review anybody else's games, if you ask me, after what happened with the downfall of Destiny and Marathon. But, yeah. Hey, welcome in, Effecto. How are you doing this evening? You're just in time. We just started. We're just chatting a little bit. Hope you're doing well. Hey, welcome in, Kaiser. Poor Marathon. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Sony has, not even just the PlayStation division. Understand that when I say Sony, I mean the whole company has been a mess lately. Hey, welcome in, Nitro. Thank you for the adorable parade of cute emotes as usual. I hope you're doing well. How are you? You too, Kaiser. How are you doing? You're in pain, Effecto? Why? What happened? Did you hurt yourself somehow? I could go for a Dorito right now, Nitro. I'm actually pretty hungry. I did eat, but I'm still hungry for some reason. I can't wait for Sony to make food digital too. Kaiser, you know they would probably like to somehow sell you digital food if they could. I don't know what it is. My back's been hurting in a very specific place. Sometimes it burns and other times it just itches from the inside. It might be my shrimp posture too. I'm very sorry to hear that, Effecto. I hope you feel better. Maybe try doing some stretches. I mean, you're the one training to be a doctor. I don't have to tell you what things you can try, but sometimes doing some thorough stretching can help with back pain. Dangers of studying? Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. I totally get it. This is the future the Lorax movie warned me about. That is pretty funny to think about. But yeah, besides the Horizon stuff, Crunchyroll. Sony is running them into the ground as well. Some of you may remember when I talked about how they bought out Right Stuff, which is a historic, large, like I think it was like the first really, really big anime merchandise store in the US. Hey, welcome in, Bolgay. Good to see you. How are you doing this evening? They bought them out and then basically closed them down, and then now they've made the Crunchyroll shop completely inaccessible to anybody who doesn't have, I think, the highest tier of Crunchyroll sub. And then today people were pretty pissed off because they relaunched the store, right? And apparently they took off a ton of DVDs and other exclusive things that Sony has the rights to. So there's some shows now where you can't even buy their DVDs or Blu-rays because they're just not selling them on the Crunchyroll store. They've deleted a lot of stuff from the shop, and evidently they're trying to focus on selling you digital goods through the Crunchyroll store instead of physical goods. And now people are wondering, what happens to all of that physical stock if they're not selling it anywhere else? Are they just going to destroy it? Are they going to eventually allow places like Amazon, you know, and other places to sell those DVDs and Blu-rays? What's going on? And they're keeping everybody in the dark about it. So, again, I say, Sony fucking sucks. They really do. It's not even just PlayStation. Sony as a whole has just been absolute garbage as a company. I have no idea what they're doing, but I really don't think they have any idea what they're doing either. They're just apparently trying to focus as much as they can on getting people hooked on subscriptions and digital goods that they do not have to have any manufacturing costs for, and that they don't have to, I guess, worry about people making one-time purchases and such. It's not good, to say the least. Nerves aside, how much sleep have you had, Adrian? I think I slept... maybe 5 hours? It was the most sleep I've gotten in a while, but I'm still pretty tired. Because the quality of that sleep isn't great, you know? Actually scared it might be the nerves, but I haven't seen patches on my skin, so I can be composed still. Well, if you can, Effecto, it might be a good idea to see a doctor. I hope it's nothing that serious. It's the Library of Alexandria all over again. The depressing part is they don't care about the customers since they pretty much are the only game in town. So you have to go to them. And if any others pop up, they'll just strong-arm them, buy them out, destroy them somehow so they retain all the power. Yeah, exactly, Nitro. That's what a lot of companies are doing nowadays, and it's why piracy is on the rise again. Because studies have shown that people will often pay for access to things if you provide them a way to do it. Like, piracy obviously never goes away, but people will be more inclined to pay for stuff if you give them an easy and, you know, available way to do it. The more stupid shit you do like this, the more people return to being pirates. And I mean, how can you blame them? Right on cue. Welcome in, Dandy. I hope you're doing well this evening. Remember the good old days, kids, when you could keep the stuff you bought? I know, right? That is how it's starting to feel, Effecto. So that's going to be real interesting to see how a lot of this is going to play out with regards to Sony's leadership over both PlayStation and Crunchyroll. And who knows what else they're going to do. Because of course, you know, Sony also has Sony Pictures and music and everything else, so I wouldn't doubt that some of this dumb decision making doesn't make its way over to those divisions as well, you know, if it hasn't already. I'm a hardcore proponent of freedom of information and open source. I switched to Linux full time just recently in spirit of that. I wish that I was more adept with computers because I would be interested in something like Linux, but I already have enough issues with my laptop as it is that that would be something I would have to definitely think very carefully about. Back in my day, your game library took up a whole shelf. Mine still does. Yeah, I have a huge game library as well. Okay, bottom line for me, what did I miss? We were talking about Sony. Apparently, the new Horizon multiplayer game tested very badly internally. And so now the development team has been given until December to fix it, or they're going to pull the plug on the game. The one called Horizon Hunters Gathering. So that's not good. Sony's entire games as a service obsessed push has been a complete abysmal failure. Unlike Microsoft and Nintendo, they have been unable to put out a single game that has been a hit outside of Helldivers. I plan to move to Linux after the security year thing is up for Windows. Yeah, I remember you talking about that on your stream the other day. Let me know how that works out for you. I do see that Linux is on the rise, and I don't blame people because Windows is just getting worse and worse. It is getting worse and worse. So I do not blame people for moving to Linux. They made a multiplayer game from a single-player franchise. Yeah. They keep doing that. In fact, I think Jason Schreier, the prolific video game journalist, he actually did a video because he has a YouTube channel now. I do recommend it. He has some interesting videos where he talks about different things that he has, of course, seen over the course of his career and things that he hears from his sources and stuff. But he did a video, I think, today talking about how one of the major parts of what has caused Sony's major failures in the multiplayer space is that they keep trying to shoehorn multiplayer into their single-player franchises. And, of course, their user base is really not interested in that, rather than trying new things. And when they try new things, it turns out like Concord or Fair Games. So they're kind of not doing well no matter how they approach it. There are plenty of Linux distros that are full package and don't require terminal customization stuff? Really? Did not know that. Yeah, I did not know that. But it's crazy to me because Microsoft is obviously a famously disgusting mess right now. And the Xbox division has been a mess since 2013, right? And even with that, they've at least been able to put out Sea of Thieves and maintain Minecraft as a successful game. You know what I mean? And Microsoft is a complete mess in every way. So it looks worse for Sony for being unable to do anything. Adrian, please don't call me a doctor. I feel bad. You are going to be a doctor, Effecto. Why would you feel bad? I'm big EP, so I'm going to go to bed. I hope Donkey Kong time is fun. Thank you so much for dropping by, Azza. I really appreciate it. And please sleep well. I always appreciate you dropping by. Thank you so much. Linux nerds absolutely understand that not everyone is super techie, so they try to make things as easy as possible for those users. That is much appreciated. Yeah, I have to do a lot more research into it, because Linux has always been one of those things that I've heard bits and pieces of for years, but never really did a whole deep dive into it. I do think it's fun to watch videos where people try to get Linux up and running on consoles. That's usually really fun to see. If my grades allow me, I'll be a health professional. No doctor degree, though. It would be more accurate to call me a specialized nurse. I do understand the distinction. But still, I do think that, you know, you are studying medicine, you know? My only complaint with Linux is that I play old games way too much, so having them running in Linux is harder. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing that concerns me about that as well. Like, Simon actually runs Linux, I believe, and I know he's had some problems with certain games, but, I mean, he's smart. He gets it up and running, but I just feel like for me personally, I would probably have a lot more issues with that. I'd be happy to help if you ever need it. Thank you, Nitro. I appreciate that. Adrian, convey this to Effecto. You feel bad? Good thing you're a doctor. Doctor, heal thyself. Well, Effecto, Dandy tells you to heal yourself with your medical knowledge. Hold on, let me go ahead and change our song. We've been on this for a little while now. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what Sony does moving forward. They've been trying really hard. I think before Jim Ryan exited the company with his golden parachute, he was the guy who was in charge of PlayStation for a bit. Oversaw the launch of the PS5 and such. He wanted, I think it was 10 games as a service games out by 2025. And now it's 2026, and most of those games have either been canceled or released and failed immediately. And that's not counting the, was it 2.7 or something billion that they spent on Bungie, which did not work out. All it did was result in the death of Destiny and the failure of Marathon. So, not a good good sign that the endeavor was successful. So yeah, who knows what's gonna happen moving forward. Another thing that I find ridiculous too about Sony is I understand, of course, we all know how big businesses are and they're never gonna do anything that is more work or more expensive to actually help people. But with Microsoft right now, some of the developers that they are idiotically letting go of, because of course they went on a big shopping spree, bought up a bunch of developers, and now they want to cut them loose so they can have very few developers again, right? They do the song and dance every couple of years. Some of them they are allowing to go independent, and they're negotiating with them. Like, Compulsion is going independent. I think Double Fine is going independent again. So they're not shutting down all of their developers. I think they sold off, or they're trying to sell off Undead Labs, the team behind State of Decay. Which, better that these companies or these studios get sold off or go independent rather than, of course, being shut down and a bunch of people lose their jobs immediately. But it's crazy to me that Sony didn't do the same thing with Bluepoint. That they just shut them down after the successful Demon's Souls remake that they did, and the Shadow of the Colossus remake. Just because they tried to get them to make a God of War multiplayer game, and apparently that project also failed, so they just shut them down, and you know, everybody got fired as a result. Which is a huge shame, because it seemed like those people were pretty talented. Bluepoint was actually comprised of a lot of, or a healthy amount of ex-Retro Studios developers. So Bluepoint actually had some Nintendo DNA in them, interestingly enough. People who had exited Retro Studios after the launch of Metroid Prime 3 kind of split into two studios, Bluepoint and Armature. I don't even know what Armature is up to nowadays. State of Decay is a cool idea, but has never reached its full potential. Yeah, that's kind of the sentiment I've seen amongst fans of the franchise. I only ever got to play the demo for the first State of Decay, but it was a lot of fun. But it was that first game on the 360. It was definitely not great tech-wise. It was very buggy. But State of Decay 3 looks pretty good. It's a shame that all of this is happening to them, and I hope that they land on their feet. I think supposedly Microsoft is giving them back the rights to the franchise. So at the very least, they've got that. if they can put out a compelling game, I would say Capcom maybe reach out to them and hire them for a new Outbreak game. Speaking of that, you know, something I've seen quite frequently. I've never played this game myself, so I can't speak as to whether it would be a good fit. But I've seen a lot of Resident Evil fans actually say that they want Capcom to make a Resident Evil game that takes place in Raccoon City, but in the style of Tom Clancy's The Division. And at least from what I've seen of it, I feel like that would be kind of interesting. But I keep seeing people say that. Of course, I don't think that will ever happen, but I've seen the sentiment enough that it seems like something that is a pretty persistent thought. It's just funny to me because so many games keep getting multiplayer spin-offs or just completely dedicated multiplayer games or whatever that are a completely terrible fit. And I still just keep wanting at least one really great Resident Evil multiplayer game. Because I feel like it can work. Outbreak was the best attempt, and everything else has been some varying degree of bad. Just become rich, then you can make your game a reality. Kaiser, I wish. I have so many ideas for games. I actually do have an idea for a video game series, heavily inspired by Resident Evil, go figure, that I have been nurturing since at least the year 2012. But I can't make games, so I've been working on turning it into a book instead. We already have one spin-off of Resident Evil in Raccoon City. Yeah. Yeah, Operation Raccoon City... Operation Raccoon City is one of those games where it's like, it was very mediocre. And funnily enough, a lot of that was due to Capcom's own meddling. I've seen interviews with people from Slant 6 Games in the years since that game, you know, came out and everything happened with it, where they basically say that they kind of tried to make a game similar to Outbreak, and Capcom basically told them no and wanted them to make it what it was. But the thing about that game that's kind of crazy is that at the time when it came out, like, I played it, I begrudgingly enjoyed it. Like, it was not great, but that game came out at a time where there was things about the series I really, really missed. Like, you have to understand, when Operation Raccoon City came out, RE6 was on the horizon, and, you know, it seemed promising, so I was excited for that, but I missed zombies and that classic sense of the series so much. I'd long been tired of the village settings of 4 and 5, and, you know, the Las Plagas and Magini. I missed zombies and stuff like that, and the T-Virus. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna play this game just because I know it's still an action game, but I miss this setting and these monsters so much. And it kind of scratched that itch just a little bit, but I was not a fan of the character designs. Even though the characters themselves actually had some pretty interesting backstories, because I played the whole ARG leading up to it that let you read about them, and they were pretty cool characters. But the designs themselves were much like I was saying yesterday, where I was saying I'm not really a huge fan of, like, meme character designs in games. I'm also not a fan of characters that are all, like, just wearing masks and stuff. Just because it comes off as, like, for me, very generic. And I feel like, on its own, it's a cool design. And when you do it too much, it takes away from what makes it special, right? It's the difference between a character like Hunk being badass and cool, And then all the other wannabes that they've added to the series in things like Operation Raccoon City, who all come across as just like stormtroopers, you know what I mean? They don't really come off as cool as Hunk. It makes him stand out. But the thing with that game is just that you kind of played it thinking, okay, it can't get worse than this, and then they came out with Umbrella Corps. So yeah, it can always get worse. I want an Aliens vs. Predator Extinction remake or something. I want my Xenomorph Hive to thrive. I don't think I've ever played any of the Alien vs. Predators games. I think they did 2 specifically of AVP, right? I know there's several Aliens games. I have Alien 3 on the original Game Boy. If you can believe that. Hunk is the best character. I miss my little Hunk. I was very surprised at Hunk showing up in Requiem. That was not something that I had on my bingo card. It was an RTS, but there was a cool AVP FPS game. Yeah, I think that was developed by Rebellion, right? I did not know there was an RTS as well. I know there was a Predator game that came out in recent years that Sony published. That kind of came and went, right? I think it was developed by Ilphonic. Hearing Hunk is in Requiem unironically makes me like the game more. It's a great game. I have some things I would have tweaked a little bit. I mean, some things I definitely would have changed about Requiem, but honestly, I loved it. It was a fantastic game, and I can't complain too much about it. And Hunk's presence in the game, actually, to me, I agree. It made me really happy. Because one thing I hate about this series, as much as I love it, is how characters come and then just disappear completely. They make cool characters, and then they're never to be seen or heard from again, and then you just wonder. So Hunk reappearing actually made a lot of sense, given the context. And it was really cool to finally see something that you would have thought would have been, like, only in somebody's fan fiction actually play out on screen. It was really cool. Happy Adrian is a healthy Adrian mostly. I try to be happy regardless or in spite of my health. Usually Effecto. I think the Predator game no longer has any support. Didn't really make a splash. Yeah. Yeah, that's, you know, the topic of horror multiplayer games all, like, doing the whole asymmetrical multiplayer thing. I really wish that they would stop doing that. Like, they keep trying to make the same money that Dead by Daylight is making, but nobody can really stand up to Dead by Daylight. The only game that really kind of came as close as you can get was the Friday the 13th game, and then that game got completely destroyed by the franchise's lawsuit, which is never ending, and forced them to stop working on the game. At a certain point, they weren't even allowed to even do bug fixes, I think, anymore. So what, was Hunk living in post-apocalypse style in Raccoon City since the bomb went off? No, Hunk was working for, presumably at least, working for a group called The Connections. First introduced in RE7. And, he was sent to go try and kill Leon, to prevent him from ruining everything. And then you get to fight him, which is really, really cool. horror is so subjective, it's difficult to make it multiplayer while holding onto the atmosphere it wants to create. No, I absolutely understand that, Effecto, and you know, my issue with the asymmetrical horror games isn't so much that they aren't scary, because, I mean, you know, even if they are scary, the more that you play something, or the more you watch a horror movie, it will lose its effectiveness, right? That's why, like, with horror, I often say, like, horror and comedy are a lot alike, and that you have to add a certain degree of substance around them to make it work, because eventually, you know, you get used to the same jokes, and you get used to the same scares. There has to be more to it that makes you enjoy it, rather than just the sensation of being afraid, or laughing at a specific moment, right? So, I don't know, let's just take a movie like, say, Home Alone, right? Comedy movie. Funny. There has to be more to it. So you have, like, the heartwarming scenes between Kevin McAllister and the old man. You know, you have very Christmassy moments and things like that in between the comedy and such, right? Same with horror films, right? You have excellent visuals and great scenarios and things like that to back up the scares. So you take a movie like The Evil Dead, which is just incredible to look at with some of the unique shots for its time. Like the Force kind of like twisting and rotating and stuff as it chases Ash and some of the other characters and stuff. Right? There just has to be more substance to things than just being a scare fest or a laugh fest, because eventually it will wear off. So I understand that, and I'm fine with those games, the asymmetrical multiplayer horror games, not necessarily being scary. My issue is mainly that some of these properties I think actually would work well as a single-player game with a story, rather than forcing it to be multiplayer. And I wish that they would do that. You know what I mean? Like, funnily enough, did any of you know that Hellraiser is getting a game? A single-player game, and it actually looks pretty good? I'm waiting to see if it comes to Switch too, because if it does, I would like to play that on stream. It actually looks good. I do wonder the new Fable game is going through because they no longer have a release date. Fable seems to be okay right now. The reason why Fable got delayed is because they did not want to get trampled by GTA 6. That's why Fable got delayed, Kaiser. Human Unit Never Killed does what Human Unit Never Killed does. That is true, Bolgay. And I am very curious about if they follow up on that. Xbox is just not a gaming company anymore. The Elder Scrolls 6 is just a cryptid that haunts the Xbox offices. Well, if you trust Asha Sharma, the new head of Xbox Game Studios, she claimed she played it the other day, and that it's looking good. So take that for what you will. Welcome in, Navajo Ghost. Kidnap chat and send them to the sun. I don't know how to tell you this, Navajo Ghost, but with the way the weather has been, I think the sun came to us already. I think we're already existing on the sun, as it is in proximity to Earth nowadays, which is apparently right on top of us, based on this heat. I was such a fan of The Wolf Among Us back in the day. You know they're remastering that, right, Effecto? They're remastering The Wolf Among Us and making a second one. In fact, I think The Wolf Among Us 2 was like the final game that they showed off at Summer Games Fest this year, right? Guys, have you ever been so tired? You get home from work and you're like, how the fuck do I get in? And then 15 minutes later, you realize you have a garage door open. Purple, welcome home. I think you need to get some sleep. Yeah, exactly. I'm with Bolgay. Please get some rest. Yeah, you need to just go hit the bed and just sleep. We've all been there, Purple. Sleep with the garage door open. I'm not shitting, I just spent 15 minutes looking through my bags for my keys when I could hit one button. If it makes you feel any better, I spent like 4 minutes before going on stream trying to find my wireless earbuds, wondering where the hell I put them, and they were right across from me, charging. Which is very unlike me, to make that kind of mistake, but I had a bit of a day, so my head was elsewhere. So you're not the only one, Purple. If that makes you feel any better. I'm inside now, I'm so disappointed in myself. Yes, Navajo Ghost, that is exactly what we need to do right now to Purple. Fully agreed. Going to bed, good. Get some sleep. Please, you need it. You definitely need it. Speaking of earbuds, though. Has anybody heard... Okay. So, of course, because everything... We live in hell, right? We've established this. We're all in agreement, right? Has anybody seen Meta's new glasses with the cameras and stuff that people have affectionately and accurately dubbed pervert glasses? So the funny thing about those glasses is that this is not the first time that this has been tried. Back in the early 2010s, Google had these things called, what, Google Lens or something like that? Or Google Glass, I think? Something like that. But they were glasses that had cameras attached to them. And people were getting punched in the face whenever people saw them because they thought that they were being filmed. Like if somebody walked into a bathroom wearing them, it would start fights. So this concept was abandoned because, of course. And now Meta is doing the same thing. They have glasses that have cameras on them. Initially, you couldn't even tell when someone was filming you. They did a software update now to where a red light comes on, because that's, you know, the bare minimum, even though they shouldn't have cameras to begin with. But anyway, people have been calling them pervert glasses because, you know, they feel like the inevitable outcome is going to be somebody stealthily filming people without their consent. So guys, I'm going to ask you a question. What do you think happened? What do you think people have been using them for? Can you take a guess? It's 99 degrees here, feels like 110. Holy hell, Volgay. But, if you guessed, I feel like Dora the Explorer asking you questions here. If you were guessing that they did something creepy with it, then yes. Apparently, there's been, I saw an article earlier today where evidently, teenage boys in school have been using them to inappropriately film their female classmates and schoolmates and such. And of course parents are pissed, and there's a whole big thing going on with it. Gee, who could have ever guessed that this is how it was going to end? Right? That is more assured, truly, that this is what the outcome is going to be than the sun will rise tomorrow. I truly believe that there is a greater chance that the sun could randomly supernova and kill us all than people not getting their hands on these glasses and doing exactly what they're doing with them. How could you believe otherwise, right? Well, to add to this, the increasing lack of privacy that we are allowing to happen, not just in the US, but all over the world, to be honest. This is happening. Everything is making you give up your government issue ID and all kinds of stuff just to access simple things, right? Apparently, it leaked that the new model of AirPods from Apple are going to have cameras attached to them. So I'm going to ask you guys, how often have you looked at your earbuds and wished that they had cameras? Please remember to shine a laser in people's eyes for safety. But yes, according to the leak, they are they're gonna attach cameras to the new AirPod models, so that, and it's also going to come equipped with AI, so you can ask questions about your surroundings. I'm sorry, I can't take it anymore. I don't get it. To be fair, Zuck is a robot built by lizard people and doesn't understand the human sex drive. Dandy, I am in full agreement with you. I don't understand. It's only a Class B misdemeanor here in Texas. So I can get a B on my... Next time, cameras in your official IDs. Cameras inside your wallets. Cameras inside your cameras. Yeah, somebody get Exhibit. So you can put cameras in our cameras. If anybody gets that old joke. You need luck. What do you need luck for, Effecto? What are you up to? But yeah, I wasn't sure if any of you had heard about that. I saw it the other day and I was like, how many more things do we need with cameras or AI in it to ask it pointless questions? Don't forget your Bluetooth Wi-Fi toasters. It really does seem like we're just kind of doing things to do them now. It's getting real stupid. You just realized you have a date tomorrow. Hey, that's awesome, Effecto. Congratulations. That is fantastic news. I'm happy for you. Where are you going to, where are you gonna go? Or what kind of activities do you have planned for your date? If you're willing to share, of course. Yo, dog, we heard you love invasion of privacy, so we put cameras in your cameras so you can purr while the government watches. There we go. You get it. You get it, Dandy. I didn't know, brother. I've been acting like a fool this entire time. Please spare me. It's okay, Effecto. You got this. What's your intentions for the date? Something relaxing or something more fun? Something spontaneous? Did they put a lot of cameras up in America? Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, there's lots of cameras everywhere. In fact, there's actually been some stuff going on recently with a specific kind of camera that people are pissed about. Kidnap Adrian and send him to bed. I mean, that's fair. That's a fair move, Navajo Ghost. Though I'm doing okay kinda right now. So, Effecto, what are your intentions with my daughter? Yeah, I'm waiting on Effecto to update us about what his plans are. But yeah, I don't know, with this whole camera stuff, it's exhausting. I didn't know. She's just a classmate. We have a group project. She sent me a message to meet up, and I was like, oh, right, for the project, right? And she hits me with, you know I only invited you for a reason? Oh, that is... I'm undercooked and unprepared. This chicken ain't even seasoned. Well, Effecto, first of all, congratulations. That's, she seems like she is, not afraid to, tell you what she thinks of you, to say something like that. So that's exciting. And, listen, just be yourself, because you are a really cool person. Okay? You got a great life path ahead of you. Again, you are, studying to be in the medical field, right? So you've got great prospects. And clearly, you've got a great sense of humor, okay? You just made me laugh, so I think you're gonna be okay regardless of preparation, so just try to take a deep breath, don't overthink it. Easier said than done, but don't overthink it, and just be yourself. I think you got this, okay? And at the end of the day, you know, whatever happens, happens. It's not really a big deal. I only know how to study and make clay dolls of pixelated men. Well, I think you know how to do more than you're letting on there, Effecto. Dandy says, you got yourself a good woman there, Effecto, the kind that will just go for what she wants. More important, it sounds like she wants you. Good luck, buddy. And I agree. She sounds pretty cool. And, you know, listen, if you weren't even trying this entire time and, you seem to have caught her attention, that's a really good sign. So, you know, she clearly likes you for just who you are. So... Let that be the flow that you go with. But Navajo Ghost gave me 10 push-ups redeemed, so let me go ahead and get to that. So I will be right back, and I'll leave you guys with the wonderful Shin Megami Tensei 4 music. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Thank you for the 10 push-ups, Navajo Ghost. When going on dates, I always give them my CV. People love reading CVs. I'm going to pay extra attention to the cards, just in case, but... thank you, everybody. I'm confused, but happy too, I guess. Well, you know... The good thing is, you can take things at your own pace, you know? I think something to remember with stuff like this is, you have a part in it too, right? If you aren't really sure how you're feeling, go in with an open mind, just be yourself, and, when you're done with everything, evaluate how it all felt for you, you know? Because, you know, truth be told, just because she likes you, that may not mean that you're gonna feel the same way, you know? So... just go, see how you enjoy things, and reflect on it, and if it was good, for both of you, then, you know, exciting. If you're not really feeling it, then that's cool too. I think that's something to help you feel a little bit better about it. Just remember that it's not just about you impressing her. She has to impress you too. You know what I mean? You should both be mutually invested and interested in each other. So don't put such a high expectation or pressure upon yourself to do everything right, because she has to do things right too. And that should help lower some of that tension for you, you know? But yeah, I will be interested in seeing in how the what card we pulled today. Dr. Adrian Hart. Kaiser says, I wish thy well on your date. Don't forget the CV. And thank you, Navajo Ghost, for the plank redeem. I'll do that as well, and then I guess we can do the tarot card reading. See if there's any interesting implications there for Effecto, potentially. Even though it's a general reading, so, you know. It's not necessarily, gonna be... I mean, you can see how you relate to it, but it's not as if I was doing, like, a personalized romance reading for you, you know? I wish we could bring back capes and monocles. Alright, let me do these real quick. Be right back again. Okay, I'm back. With how confused I feel, I doubt there's a bad card in today's poll. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think there'll be anything bad, but you know. As I always say, there's rarely ever anything truly bad in tarot. Sometimes there is, but the cards are there to help you, not just to tell you, hey, this isn't gonna go well or something, you know? And even if that's the message you get, it's not to rain on your parade, but rather to warn you, so you don't end up in a situation that isn't ideal for you, you know? Something to heed rather than fear. But let's go ahead and let's get to it. Let's see what we have. Let me get the music going. Alright, it's that time. Let's see what the cards have in store for us today. Very interesting. Today's card is one of my favorites in its position. No boing boing today, please. Don't worry. Nobody has earned that. Speaking of bad in the tarot, one time Marty drew the tower as a pre-stream card, and within minutes, announced stream was canceled. I remember that. Yeah, that's a perfect example of sometimes it's exactly what it seems like, you know? But thankfully, nothing so bad today, because today we have the Hierophant in reverse. And this card in this position is one of my favorites. This is a card of rebellion. This card encourages you to trust yourself and disregard the opinions of others in terms of their preconceived notions and judgments. You are inclined to follow your own path, to march to the beat of your own drum. And rather than allow traditions or other people's ideas of how you should be or how you should live or how something should be done affect you, you're encouraged to trust yourself, your own intuition, and do what it is that you want, because ultimately you know what's best for you. Right? It doesn't matter if society says this is the way to do something. If it's good for you, and you align with that view, great. If not, disregard it. Do whatever it is that works for you personally. Understand that choosing to be an individual is always going to net you the flack of people who don't understand you, don't want to understand you, and would rather ostracize you for not being like them. However, you're going to do it anyway, because it's what makes you feel comfortable, it's what makes you feel happy, and you don't live your life for other people, you live your life for you. So don't allow the peer pressure and the notion of tradition or values that are imposed upon you dictate your behavior and what you do with your life. Right? This doesn't mean to rebel for the sake of rebellion, but it's encouraging you to look within yourself and see what it is that you want out of life or out of a specific situation. And understand that however it is you need to get there is going to be the way that you should go about it. Not how other people tell you should go about it. And also make sure that you have the fortitude to withstand what it means to walk your own path as opposed to the path that is approved and pre-paved. Because the reward at the end of the unpaved path is usually far greater than the one that is set out for you. But it's an incredibly thorny path to walk. You're going to end up... you're going to rub people the wrong way, and you're going to end up getting into situations that will not be pleasant. Like, for example, this card can sometimes indicate run-ins with the law. Right? But of course, it's not a guarantee. Just as an example of what I mean when I say you might piss some people off, or get on the bad side of some people who hold a position of authority, and that doesn't always mean, like a cop. It doesn't always mean, say, a principal at a school or something like that. Sometimes it's somebody who holds a point of authority in your life or in a certain field. So it could be your parents. It can be a good friend who you hold a lot of value in their opinion. Or it could be, for example, if you're a chef and you decide to make a famous dish your own way, it could be another prolific chef who sees what you did and decides to criticize you because that's not the right way to do it. You know what I mean? Authority doesn't always mean that they are somebody with a job or whatever, like kind of true position of authority. It can be sort of a mental or emotional point of authority for you personally. Like that's how you view their word. You know what I mean? But yes, with that being said, basically just trust yourself and follow the path that works for you. Don't worry about what other people think or what they have to say about it. Steel yourself and trust that the way that you want to do things is the right way for you, because you're going to need that fortitude to withstand the kind of criticism and hardships that you might face in trying to walk the lesser traveled path, or the lesser approved path, whichever way you view it. But yes, that is today's pre-game tarot card pull. Like I said, a card that I really, really like in this particular position, and one that I have found aligns with me quite well. Let me catch up on chat. That's like the third time in about a month. The tarot wants my rebellious and mistrusting authority streak should continue. The Hierophant in reverse says, be the dandy Be the you Dandy wants you to be. Authentic in how you choose. Fuck other people's opinions, even mine. No, I agree completely, Dandy. Even though I value your opinion and think you have good opinions, but I see what you mean and I agree. It's, be yourself. Always. Always, always be yourself. Authenticity is a very rare thing to come by in this world, and speaking from experience, it's not going to make you a great many friends. But something to remember is if you're pissing off bad people in your life, then you're probably doing something right. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it is your life, and you have to do what it is that makes you happy. That's not always going to please other people. But it is what it is. Sounds like tomorrow will be a canonical event for this bag of protein and tissue. I think you're gonna be okay, Effecto. Like I said, I know it's hard to not worry about certain things. Or to say just be relaxed about it. But ultimately, you are going to be okay. As they say, anything that doesn't kill you will make you stronger, or at least you'll learn something from it. It may not feel good when things don't go well, regardless of the context of it, but, you know, especially in, like, the romantic context. But at the very least, you come away learning something new about yourself, about other people, and, you know, you'll be better on the other side of it. And like I said, you know, you get nervous, just always keep in mind that when you are, whether you're talking about something like a job interview or a date or meeting somebody for the first time to, I don't know, do something as friends, whatever, and you're nervous, just remember that it's not a one-way street. I think a lot of people get caught up in that kind of thing, but just remember, you have to impress them just as much as they have to impress you. It is an even playing field. I think a lot of people come predisposed with the idea that just because somebody is interested in them, right? Whether you're talking romantically or say a job is interested in hiring you, right? That's like by default, you should just be grateful for the attention, or that you should automatically want to be in that position, either as that person's significant other or as an employee, or again, whatever context we're talking about. And that is far from true. You have autonomy, and you are allowed to turn things down, and you're allowed to not be impressed with what you see. And that gives you back a little bit of power that you might feel you don't have when you're nervous. You know what I mean? So, yeah, don't make yourself sick with worry. It's good to be nervous. It means you care. And it means you're going to bring your best, because you care enough to be nervous. But don't let it swallow you whole to the point where you feel like, again, the pressure is all on you. Because again, in reality, you could get there and just not like this person, you know? Please don't laugh, but this is my second date in this life. Why would I laugh? There's no shame in anything like that, Effecto. Please. Nobody's gonna laugh at you for anything like that. I've never understood people who get weird about that kind of thing. Who cares? We all live different lives and such. Nobody's gonna walk the same path. So there's nothing to laugh at. You're perfectly fine, Effecto. Authenticity is what I dig about the miscreants. Thank you, Dandy. I appreciate that, and that is, speaking as one of the members, that is something I appreciate as well. Heading into VTubing, I was really worried about the idea of finding people to collab with and stuff, because as with any kind of entertainment field, there's a lot of people who are incredibly fake. And, you know, you never really know. But, I really enjoy all the people that I have met on this journey so far. They have all been wonderful. Effecto Dandy says, I've been single for 16 years. Nobody here is gonna laugh at you, and if they do, I'll make my displeasure known. And to that, I say damn right. Kaiser says, no shame in not having experiences. I've never been on a date and I'm the best person on this planet. No, I like your attitude, Kaiser. But yeah, you see, you're hardly the first person, Effecto, trust me. This is not, You know, honestly, Effecto, I'm glad you said that, and you voiced that concern, because funnily enough, that goes perfectly well with the card I just pulled. Don't worry about that kind of thing. Just because society says you should have, you know, this many experiences, or you should have done this by now, or whatever. Who gives a flying fuck? You know what I mean? Nobody cares. People will try to set arbitrary guidelines for how you should live your life, or, you know, how much of this or that you should have done, or where you should be at a certain point in your life. And the funny part is, most of the people who are notable in life have had the weirdest lives. There are many people who have become millionaires or billionaires. I'm not saying they're good people, but just stick with me for a second. Who never finished or went to college. That's supposed to be a death sentence for you, right? There are people who, you know, don't get married or meet the love of their life in their 50s or 60s or something. There are people who don't have kids until their mid-40s or whatever. Like, there's no normal or proper way to live. Best you can do is just to live your life in a way that never, you know, in which you don't ever aim to hurt people intentionally. So don't worry about what's normal and what's not. That's a big reason why I always try to make a point that I don't believe in shaming people on this channel. Or making fun of people for certain things or whatever, because I just quite frankly don't agree with it, because you all watch me, right? I don't think I probably come across as the most normal person, and that's perfectly fine with me. So, it is what it is. You are perfectly fine, Effecto, just the way you are. Society tells me to sleep at least 8 hours a day, but I say nay to that gobbledygook. I sleep for 9 hours. Kaiser stays rested. My arbitrary measurement is how many societal expectations have you shrugged and cast off. Exactly. There's a freedom in not worrying about these things, and it's not wrong to worry about them. It makes you human. You exist in a society and you're going to, these things are so frequent and prevalent, right? They get reinforced constantly, so of course it's normal to think about them and worry about them to an extent, but always try to come back home to the idea that, guess what? None of this shit even matters. You know what's best for you. You know what's best for you, and just because you walk a different path, like I know some people, you know, aren't single by choice or things like that, right? Doesn't mean you have to be happy with the circumstances, but guess what? You're gonna be okay. There's no rush or limit or cutoff or deadline or whatever. You're gonna be fine. The only thing I'd change, Effecto, is I'd love you to be here on Twitch so I can gift you subs. I joke, but if you migrate, I will gift you immediately. I'm calling dibs. See, Effecto? You are very well cared for. And again, I know I am a broken record, but I'm gonna say this, the entirety of my, would you call it a career? Whatever you want to call this experience. But I love how supportive you guys are. And I thank you guys for always being so kind. You guys are the best. Effecto says, I'd rather go on a date with chat. One second, I just gotta do something real quick. Okay, I'm back. Adrian Hallowell, cursed which VTuber? The curse is no sleep and being a broken record. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You can also add in forgetting to update my Blue Sky, which actually, per Shuri's recommendation during yesterday's Chrono stream, I added a new redeem for only 1 point in which you can remind me to post on Blue Sky. So, I'm gonna do what a smart leader would do, and what do you call it? Delegate that responsibility to my community to remind me, since I seem to be incapable of remembering to do it frequently. And speaking of which, we're gonna go ahead and move to the game now. Thank you for the hydrate. We're gonna move to the game now, and we will keep chatting as we play more Donkey Kong 64. This is where we left off. I just posted on Blue Sky. And we're gonna try to see if we can finish this game this stream, or at least get as close as we can. Because, my goodness, it has been... what is it? 13 streams of this game so far. I think this is actually the record, if I'm not mistaken, for the longest series I've had going on the channel so far. And I'm not sure how many of the bananas I got here, because I laid off of this game for a little bit. So we're gonna hopefully find out. Did we go to the library yet? I don't think so, but I also don't know how to open that door. Rare wanted you to get your monkeys where... If only Artist were here, I think he would have loved that joke. But yeah, before the stream started, me and Sally were actually talking about that Rare actually... you got your money's worth when you bought a Rare game back in the day, because their games are very long. And don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining about it. The problem is just merely that I have so many games that I want to play on the channel. But I'm not at all upset that they actually gave you quite a game for, you know, whatever you paid, you know? And now I'm just remembering how terrible the camera in this game is. I also find myself, I find myself missing Super Mario Sunshine. That game is so much fun, and I had a blast playing it on stream with all of you guys. That might have been one of my favorite playthroughs yet on the channel. Definitely makes me think I'll do more special kinds of things moving forward, like special outfits and stuff, like the vacation outfits thing. It was so much fun. And you had a good time with DK64 and want to send it off, right? Yeah, exactly. Mostly a good time. We don't have the beaver emote for a good reason. The beaver emote stands as a monument to times in a game in which the segment is terrible and just needs to end. There's subtext to the beaver emote that I fear that newcomers to the channel will not understand. Only real ones will understand what a beaver means when you see it. A good time with certain notable exceptions, exactly. Wait, there's a 3D Donkey Kong game? I must be very tired because it took me so long to notice. Yes, there's actually two. There's actually two 3D Donkey Kong games. This one and Bonanza now. Monument of frustration, exactly. Welcome in, Shuri. Thank you for the redeem. Yes, I actually, not only did I post on Blue Sky, but I actually just told everybody about the redeem, and that you came up with the idea, to which I am once again grateful for, because now I have no excuse to forget to do this. Thank you for the suit change. We're gonna be getting a lot of use out of this suit when I play Agent 64. Which I'm really hoping to be soon, so... Ow. The visual of getting mauled by books is wonderful. Have fun, I must go and elope with my bed. Thank you for dropping by, Kaiser. I hope you have a great sleep and a wonderful rest of your evening. I appreciate you dropping by as always. Yes, sleep well. Okay, there we go. Now we can get out of here. Okay, so we went to the library. We need to get that little area down there open for Tiny Kong. And here I thought you had internalized ZK64 so thoroughly you were going to jump into a randomizer. Could you even imagine that, Jerry? Could you even imagine? Alright, let's turn into Lanky over here. And see what this switch does. This game has been going on so long that I can't remember a time I wasn't playing it. That was easier than I thought it would be. putting those guys down. Alright, let's... I did not aim at that. It's auto-aiming onto all of the switches, which, I mean, that is helpful, but I'm trying to hit that balloon. Okay, see what they want me to do, but now I really want to try to get that balloon. Like how it made me waste all of my homing ammo. But oh well. How did the saying go? Reject humanity, return to monkey. Oh, wait, do I not need the... Okay, I do need it. I don't know why it didn't work before. Yeah, I can't... That's weird. Oh god, it's going to a minigame, isn't it? Oh my god, are you serious? Chat. No, no. You can't be fucking serious right now. I thought this was a one-time thing. Where is Darkweaver? Where is Darkweaver? She would be... She would be getting a kick out of this right now. I am never getting out of this nightmare. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Oh my god. Yeah, Beaver's in the chat.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I have words for whoever it was at Rare that came up with the idea for this minigame, and none of them are good. None of them are good. I'm sorry to say. I hope you guys like this music, because you're going to be hearing it a lot. You know what? I think I kind of brought this on myself when I was debating which was worse the other day, playing Sunshine, the lily pad thing or this. I think life wanted to remind me in no uncertain terms. What was definitively worse? This music is a new boing boing. I don't know if I'd go that far yet, Effecto. If only because at the very least, this music isn't so bad on its own. It's nothing I would listen to, obviously, but it works for the idea of a bonus game kind of thing. Alone in the Dark 3's music is not only unfitting for what it's supposed to be, but it haunts you the entire game. Literally from the beginning until the end. At least this music only plays during these torturous segments. This game feels like Saw. It makes you appreciate life. Yeah, it makes you appreciate life outside of this barrel. That it does, Effecto. I can already tell you this is not going to work, so we're gonna have to restart.
Welcome to bonus day.
I hate this so much. Cannot convey to you how broken this is. God, get in there. Of course not. Well, Adrian, if misery loves company, hopefully you feel better knowing I'm right there with you. I'm sorry that I have to put any of you through this. I do feel better knowing I'm not alone, but I feel terrible knowing that I'm putting you guys through the endless sound of beavers, shuffling around a barrel. And they're so strict on the time, you know? Get in there. No, I mean, I want a little more than to stop cleaning this room. Ah, I gotcha. How long have you been at it today?
Welcome to bonus day.
Let's converse. Let's do a little bit more than clean and chase beavers around. Dear lord, this shit is so broken. Hour and a half before the dentist and an hour and a half after so far, jeez. Yeah, especially if you you pause only to go to the dentist and stuff. That'll definitely make it even more exhausting.
Welcome to bonus day.
Like the dentist, it's like nap time. I take that to mean it went well for you, which I am happy to hear. Get in there. Alright, that one is stuck. If you could put it into a percentage, do you know, a percentage do you feel like you are, finished with cleaning that room? God, this is the thing that kills me. I get so close, right? Or what feels like so close. And then the time starts ticking down. I wish there was like a surefire strategy to do this. I need the mythical Beaver Bother Pro to emerge from the shadows and help me figure out how to do this. My god, this is the closest I've gotten so far. You know what I'm gonna do? Hold on. I'm gonna rewind and see if I can take advantage. For some reason, I am not being allowed to throw away the tiny Lego pieces that remain. But no, I must pick every angle out of the carpet for whatever reason. I feel like this is my best chance. No, I just gotta start from scratch. Sadly. It's my Lego too, I don't care about this tiny fraction, let me be free. Let it out, Dandy. Let it out. This, I think you are right that we are both in misery right now. Alright, might as well just jump in. There's no point. I'm not getting 10 of them in 10 seconds. Let's be realistic here.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Whoever freaking was in charge of the QA testing, you were very bad at your job. I'm sorry to say. This minigame should have never passed through the testing. when you said we're in hell, I wanted to say that it tracks because I'm definitely being punished for something. Yeah, I think I'm being punished too. I don't know what we did, but whoever said this is fun, I hate you. Honestly, Effecto, I feel like the problem is that it wasn't QA tested. This is probably one of those things where they just snuck it in and figured it would be fine just because everything else was. Why are we in hell? Why am I in hell? Welcome in, Tax Lord. How are you doing this evening? We are in hell because I am stuck in this horrible minigame. And Dandy is in cleaning hell. We've all waddled into Silent Hill apparently, and we have our own little hells going on. Guilt by association. Apparently.
Welcome to bonus stage.
But I hope you're doing well this evening, Tax Lord. Good to see you. Alright, get in there. God, it's like to make matters worse. They get stuck on the side of the wall. As if it isn't bad enough already that they get stuck around the hole. It's like the worst of all worlds here. Look at this. I'm going to go to bed now that I still have time before this minigame destroys what little remains of my sanity. Have a good night, everyone. Have fun and take care. Thank you for being here, Sally. Yes, go. Save yourself. Run away. I appreciate it. Sleep well. I'm doing great. How's everyone, aside from Satan trying to find their glasses to judge me? My pleasure as always. I'll remember you. Don't worry. Thank you, Sally. Oh my god. But to answer your question, Tax Lord, aside from this minigame, I'm doing pretty decently today. Had some annoying things happen, but it is what it is. But otherwise, doing pretty alright. Like, the fact that they can even get stuck around the hole like that is such a stupid design choice, and it shouldn't be allowed. The song better not drill in my head by tomorrow. I apologize in advance, Effecto. Adrian, you have my permission to use a Game Shark. You know, I had a Game Shark back in the day. God, I remember that. Game Sharks and action replays. It was a N64 Game Shark as well. God, what a time that was. If only there was a way. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do, chat. I'm gonna ease your pain and my own. I'm gonna cut the music there, and I'll just play some of the music I use for chat. How does that sound? There. That way we don't sit here destroying our brains. I'll still be suffering having to go through the gameplay of it, but at least we don't have to hear that song on repeat endlessly. This might be rather unfitting, but at least it's better for our sanity, right? Okay, let me rewind this because I had a pretty good run there. But of course, they keep getting stuck around the rim. No, you played the Boing Boing song when I gave you money. I demand game audio. Alright. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. We bring back the music. I can feel your pain already from decades. Me too, I use mine to skip the Shadow Temple and Ocarina of Time. I forgot what I even used mine for. I know I didn't use it a whole bunch. It's been so long. So what do you like to do for fun, Beaver? Just make sure you don't answer like that, Effecto. Don't let the beavers ruin your life, too. We might be, you guys might be the cursed ones, but this is my curse to bear. Leave the beavers to me and don't let them follow you around. You see, that's what sucks, right? Look at that. The way that they just get stuck there. Realistically, I should have won this a while ago. But they keep getting stuck around the rim of that hole there. And then there's nothing I can do about it. God, one left, one left, one left. Just gotta start from scratch. It's not gonna be feasible with that run.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I legitimately hate whoever designed this game. This is horrible. Like, see, you know, thinking back on it after freshly playing Super Mario Sunshine, the minigame with the lily pad is rough. And don't get me wrong, it's just flat out cruel, right? Not great game design. But Sunshine was famously rushed, right? That game was famously rushed out. Now, I'm not saying that excuses it, but it makes sense as to why it turned out like that. At least in all fairness, it might be hard, but it works. This doesn't work. This just does not work. And then the fact that they have the enemies take seconds to respawn like that ruins the run as well.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Are you actually required to do this to progress? Kind of. You don't need to, but the amount of bananas that are required to move forward keeps increasing. So I kind of do need to take them where I can get them. Can you please get in there? No.
Welcome to bonus stage.
How about literally any other banana? I'm quickly getting to the point where I may just try to see if I can get away with not doing this. Because I would like to try to at least get to a point where we're close to the end of the game tonight. And this is going to end up taking up most of the stream time at this rate. All for the sake of this broken minigame. Like, look at this. They get caught on the geometry. That's the thing that drives me nuts about this. It's not even like... None of this feels like it's skill-based at all.
Welcome to bonus stage.
It's all about trying not to, You're fighting against everything that isn't working. Even if you're doing it right. They get caught around the hole. They get caught on the, They get caught on the environment just like that. They take seconds to respawn, so if you get too many of them in one go, you actually hurt yourself. Insane. Leave the minigame, do something else. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. This run is already ruined by them not doing what they are supposed to do. We're gonna try this one more time. If I can't do it, we're gonna leave this banana behind and hope that we don't need to come back here. If we do, we'll deal with that when we get to it. Unbelievable. Hey, welcome in, Astro Wolf. I hope you're doing well this evening. About to watch Blade Runner. Blade Runner is a great movie. I think you're gonna enjoy it. We're done with this. We're done with this. Gotta go, people. Gotta prepare for tomorrow, the date, and studying too. Thanks a lot for the words of encouragement. Have fun and good night. Thank you very much, Effecto. I wish you the best of luck with your studies and with your date. I think you're gonna do great. You got this. Hey, welcome in, Jay. Yes, I'm playing Donkey Kong 64 again, and I just backed out of doing the, There's another Beaver Bother minigame, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it. That minigame is so broken. But I hope you're doing well this evening, Jay. Trying to see how close I can get to the end of the game here. I've still not seen the sequel to Blade Runner, the one with Ryan Gosling. For those of you here that have seen it, how was it? Alright, not what I meant to do. They actually made a Blade Runner anime as well that I haven't seen. Did I do the Diddy Kong barrel already? Can't remember. Wouldn't know. Meant to watch it, but didn't. New Blade Runner is good. Sad. Gosling doesn't have an annoying accent. I'll have to check it out. I remember that it didn't perform very well, apparently. Now, how do I get this open? Or do I... Hold on, wait. Is there a thing up here? Okay, yeah, I think I get in through the top. There we go. Okay, I missed that before. P-Fair wasn't going to do well. Okay, I've got... Did that get him? I can't even tell where these guys are coming from. This is annoying. What a strange minigame. Which seems to be the running theme with this game at times. But at least we got it. Not because I expected it to be bad, though I knew it might be, but Blade Runner was a commercial flop too, and a sequel to a flop and cult classic 30 years later isn't exactly the recipe for success. I never knew that Blade Runner underperformed the original. I did not know that. Yeah, I guess in that case it actually is not much of a surprise. Let's see if we're able to fight the boss now. That's a shame. I thought that the first Blade Runner was really, really good. I really hope that I have enough to get this thing open. Okay, 220 left. I had to suffer through Beaver Bother here. Beaver Bother is the worst minigame in this game, bar none. It just doesn't work. The theatrical version had a voiceover by Harrison Ford. Both he and Ridley Scott didn't want it, but the studio insisted. So he did as bad a job as he could so they'd leave it out. They used it anyway. Oh my god. So that's why you were saying not to watch the theatrical version, watch the director's cut instead. I think when I watched it, I saw the director's cut. I think I'm gonna need to go find more bananas. I went through everybody, right? Did I do Diddy Kong already? Yes, what about Donkey Kong? Yes, I did. I need to leave and try to find more bananas somewhere. I think I already did the ballroom, but let's go back in and check. It's been a while. I didn't learn about the voiceover until a few years ago. It's completely lifeless. I wonder why the studio even wanted a voiceover to begin with. That seems like a really weird request. I did this one already. Alright, let's exit out of here. Out of the way. Where have I not looked for bananas yet? We just did the library. Alright, this is where Beaver Bother is. I'm not going in there. Not right now, anyway. If I can help it. Do I have any more blueprints to give this guy? Yes. The idea was that it would be like the internal monologue from old film noir movies. Makes a certain amount of sense as it's a neo-noir film, but it's better without. Okay, that makes a lot more sense, yeah. I can see why they'd think that, but yeah, it definitely feels like a... like after having seen the film, yeah, it doesn't really fit. Actually seems like it would ruin the flow of the movie quite a bit, honestly. Trying to remember where that, there's a barrel around here for Diddy Kong. Okay, not this. Never saw that cut, but it seemed like just talking during the transitions and shots of the city. Got it. Hey, welcome in, Dark. I was actually just thinking about you and talking about you a second ago because, they tried to make me do the, they tried to make me do the beaver minigame again.
Welcome to bonus stage.
They tried to make me do the beaver minigame again. God, it is so satisfying to smash these guys when they've been giving you the runaround. Jeez. Came down to seconds. Had such a busy night. I got everything working, made a new Windows install that just worked perfectly fine. I also installed Linux. Hey, that's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. Funny enough, we were all actually talking about Linux as well before. I even checked the disk and it's at 100% health. Might have just been a clunky Windows pre-install or pre-installation. I'm glad it seems like it's better now. Actually, hold on. I was meaning to do this yesterday. But everybody, please follow Dark Weaver if you don't already. She's actually going to be doing a special stream this Friday in celebration of 50 followers. I don't know what she's going to do, but it sounds like she has some very interesting plans, so yeah, it would be great if you would follow. And maybe tune in this Friday. Alright, so that was good, but I still don't know where I can find other bananas. Ow. Thank you, too sweet, Adrian. I look forward to Friday, very excited. Yeah, I'm very excited to see what you're gonna do. Is there anything in the water there? Any bananas? No. Yeah, this is crazy. This is the first time that I have ever, ever been in this position where I did not have enough and had trouble finding... more. I did a non-graphic install of Linux, as I just need it for server stuff. It did work well. I'm not a Linux expert. Happily, my friend is. Yeah, that's incredibly lucky. I was actually mentioning it would be cool to explore Linux someday, but I am definitely... I would probably need help with that kind of thing. Okay, this is... oh. Alright, let's go back to the start. I don't know if I opened that door previously. That's down there. Right here. But we're gonna go and hope that, hope there's some bananas here. Okay, there's coins that I don't have, so... let's just save ourselves some time and rewind that. Oh, no, 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 no. We're not doing that. We are not doing that. God, this feels never ending. Can I actually land here? When does it end? Linux is definitely quite a bit better for performance, but yeah, not everything supports it. But compared to a few years ago, it's definitely supported much better now. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Definitely not as niche as it once was, but still something where I could see myself getting into a situation where something didn't run well. It'd be quite frustrating having to scour the internet trying to figure out how to make it work. Alright, let's go get those coins real quick. Not wrong, yeah. Although I can see the upside too. Linux is free and you don't have to worry about supporting Microsoft, so that is quite a cool upside. Makes me wish I was more computer savvy. As it would definitely be something I'd be interested in exploring. Okay, I think I already did that area, right? If I'm not mistaken, we'll explore it in a second. I do be to some degree, grew up with it. Yeah, I mean, you definitely seem like you know your way around computers. I technically grew up with computers as well. I'm probably a little bit better than I give myself credit for with it, but definitely not to the degree where I would say I would trust myself with being able to reliably just work with Linux without a great degree of trouble, you know? But you definitely do strike me as somebody who's really good with computers. I mean, all the cool stuff that you've made already for your channel and stuff like that definitely shows you're somebody who knows what you're doing. You know a fair bit about computers, Jay? Done a bit of yeah, you've done a bit of Linux. If you ever could use some help, do let me know. Can't guarantee I would know, but certainly can pretend. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, Nitro was also offering some help with it too, and I just want to say thank you guys, because you guys are very, very sweet and always willing to lend a hand, and I really do appreciate that. Again, I actually did say it before, but you guys are always so supportive in this community, both towards me and each other, so thank you. Well, well, well. Welcome in, Chew. Is that an Almond Joy? A Chew Joy. That is better than an Almond Joy, I'll take it. Hold on. Welcome in. How are you doing this evening, Chew? Everybody follow Chew. He is a pro gamer. Very, very good. No, we're not hearing any of that. Very, very good at games like Fortnite and Overwatch, and also does art. I saw you were on earlier. You were doing some 3D art, right? What did you make today? I didn't get a chance to drop by because I had a very busy morning. Unfortunately, one that was not One that was full of many annoyances, but yeah, I didn't get the chance to drop by. Psyduck and Mimikyu? I have to see that. Yesterday you made Meowscarada? Yeah, I have to check that out. You need to teach me a thing or two. I have been trying to do some 3D art as well, with the video game Dreams on the PS4. To mild success. Actually, been trying to make some stuff that I intend to use on the channel in the future, but I'm taking my time with it, trying to get it all right. Definitely been more successful with 3D art than traditional art, but definitely still struggle with creating things. It's very fun to shape things out, literally, with shapes in 3D art, but very challenging as well. Especially the more you try to make things that are shaped oddly, you know what I mean? That's awesome. That is something I wish I was better at. I tried Blender for a month and I was like, fuck that. Did not have the patience. So I made do with what I could in Unity in terms of changes. Yeah, it's definitely not easy. Hey, welcome in, Isaac. How are you doing this evening? Thank you for the chat over on YouTube. How are you doing this evening? I am playing Donkey Kong 64 today, as you can see. Trying to work on getting towards the end of this game. To the best of my ability, at least. I've been at this for 13 streams. Had to take a little bit of a break. And I played Super Mario Sunshine, and I've been also playing through Chronos: A New Dawn. But we're back at it today. In the hopes that I can try to finish it. I don't know how close I am to being done with it, though. Right now, I seem to be having a lot of problems finding bananas, which is very frustrating because we're so close to being able to fight the boss. And I honestly don't know where I can find any more. I'll try those doors that were over there. It's very annoying. We're gonna rewind. But yeah, Dark, I'm not really any good with 3D art, unfortunately. I have made a couple things that I don't even know if I would call them decent, but it's pretty fun to work with, trying to make things with shapes and stuff like that. There's a lot of tools in the game Dreams that kind of helps to make things a lot more reasonable. Things like Surface Snap and other stuff that I found is helpful. But it is still a nightmare trying to do certain things. I do think that I cleared everything that I could out of here at an earlier date. I recall being in here. It was something I skipped over with my own game as well. I do know how to do texture work to some degree, though, which is what I did instead. Texture work is something that I also would love to learn, but am no good at. In Dreams, you can't really do a traditional, like, texturing, so you kind of just draw on the surface of whatever it is that you want to try to texture. So I've done that before to some degree of success. I did actually modify the textures of my other model in Vroid just a bit to fix some stuff that I didn't necessarily like from what my model maker left there, but it was very, very mild color correction stuff, not anything complex. I honestly don't know how people even texture, to be honest. Dropped a follow, so maybe I can learn a thing or two. I appreciate you for doing that, Dart. Where can I find more bananas? Pretty sure I did all the things in there, but God, these guys are so annoying. You know what? Let's just make them go away. Let me try going in there with Chunky Kong. Just in case I didn't collect everything that I should have. Because if I recall, Chunky, Diddy Kong, and Lanky, I think, did not have all of the bananas. So I think they're the ones I'm missing. Also, some of the music just then sounded very similar to Perfect Dark. Go in with each of them. Yeah, I think I've been here before, Jay, but I can't remember if I did everything with everyone or only, like, maybe one or two of them. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a look around. Just to re-verify. Okay, so that's where Donkey Kong is supposed to go. That's where Diddy Kong is supposed to go. Alright, here we go. Alright, let's see. Have I been in here before? Actually, yes, I have. I remember this. Yeah, I remember doing this. I really don't know where those remaining bananas could be. And that really sucks. I did not anticipate getting stuck here just because I wouldn't have enough to face the boss. That is really upsetting. Let's try in there. I'm pretty sure I think I did that too. With Lanky and Tiny. Let's go in with Lanky, because I think each of these stages has 100 bananas per Kong, right? And I think I had the 100 from both, Donkey Kong and Tiny Kong. And it was everybody else that was lacking. So let's investigate here. Yeah, I did that. Okay, we can just leave. I did in fact do this. Alright, so it's not this area. The only thing I think I haven't done is that beaver minigame, which I prefer not to have to do. Let's check in here. But even that will only give me a golden banana, right? Not any regular ones, which is what I need right now. Yes, very, very fitting emotes in the chat. Okay, nothing to gain by going in there. Yeah, that exits back out to here. Is there any bananas in the water, maybe? No. I really have no idea where else I could be missing things. I might have to look up a guide real quick just to see where the locations are. Just so I don't have to retrace my steps again. Because I really don't, really don't think I've left any stone unturned up to this point. Hold on, let's check this. This might be one of them. Because I think I was here before I had the ability to open these. And I do see some bananas here, so I think we're on the right track. Yep, I think we just found our answer. I only need 40 of them, so... Assume we want Donkey Kong, right? Question asked, question answered. Okay, well, while I continue to try figuring out what to do down here. I heard the beavers got them. Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be the place. God, I hate these guys. Yeah, while I work on this, what did everybody have to eat today? I think it's that obligatory part of the stream where you guys make me painfully hungry by talking about all the delicious things that you guys ate. Great, that was a lot less painful than I thought it was going to be. Oh, this is going to be fun, and then of course there's a... Because this isn't enough torture as it is, watch, there will be a mini game at the end of this. Because they can't help themselves. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. Alright, which one is it?
Welcome to bonus stage.
I don't think I've ever done this one. Kremling Kosh? Hit as many Kremlings as you can. Press A to follow. Alright. And of course now I have to do this all the way back. There we go. I only had some sandwiches with cheese and meat in the toaster. Probably should eat something more. Yeah, you should get something more to eat, but that does sound delicious. That is all well and good, but I do want the smaller bananas as well. Of course, I should have known it would be a trick. Or not the toaster, but more like sandwich maker. Yeah, those are really good. The press machines. Especially when you make like a grilled cheese sandwich in one. Very, very, very good. It was a grilled cheese. Good to see good to see I'm not far off. Okay, so that's interesting. That got me the golden banana, but how come I can't open these here? Let's see, can he actually lift up these things here? There's still more to this game? Yes, there is apparently still a lot more to this game. Welcome in, Valko. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm desperately trying to be done with this game. As much as I've enjoyed it, it's... yeah. Broadly better. Well, that's good to hear. Did you manage to get any more information on that explains it? Okay. On some of the things you've been dealing with lately? Alright, I can go break the other ones down and at least get those red bananas as Diddy Kong, and hopefully that's enough. Please let it be enough. I just really honestly want to be done with this level. Alright, well, let's go switch to Diddy Kong and get those. We need 40, so... Don't see my doctor until next month. I started taking Benadryl yesterday. It's been easing my joint pain, so I'm starting to think I'm having some allergic flare-up at the same time as having a sinus infection. Yeah, that would make sense. I'm glad it's easing up your symptoms a little bit. Sorry you're having to go through that. But even a little bit of relief is definitely welcome news. I know there must be more than I'm missing here, but... I'm hoping that this is enough. I think I'm over the worst of it, at least I hope so. Yeah, fingers crossed that that's the case. Trying to find the area that has a boss door. There it is. Please let this be enough. Oh yeah, we definitely have enough. I just gotta do this and then Donkey Kongs, and then we should be good. It's so hungry, I know. I said definitely enough, but I guess not. I didn't realize that that only gave me 5 before. I thought it was 15. We still need 10. And I didn't pick up any others, right? Oh, never mind, I did. Thank goodness, I was about to be very, very upset. The beavers are calling. Dang it, I mean good. Why don't I believe you? Another boss says Lanky Kong. Interesting. I was cheering you on all the way. Oh yeah, sure. I'm sure that you were, Dark. Let me make a save real quick. Let's get this guy. And then I'll be curious to see if there's yet another level. You okay there, buddy? What the heck are they doing? Hmm? Oh, it can shoot lasers at me. King Cutout? Is that what he's called? That's funny. But yeah, I wanted to do something unusual for Friday, so I just hope it would be fun for everyone, at least is my goal. Worked on a thing for it whenever I had spare time, and honestly, I've been so crazy busy this entire last month, both IRL and with other projects. And so many things I wanted to do, like more stream openings, but hope when things start to settle down, I'll get around to it. I hear that, trust me. I have some ideas for something regarding my stream anniversary that I would like to do, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to accomplish it. It is a very ambitious idea. And I'm not sure it's going to work out, unfortunately. So we'll see how it goes, but, yeah, I know the feeling. I have no idea what he's doing up there. Oh, so I can only miss with each Kong once. That's not good. Did he just gun down his own guy? Hold on, let me go back for a second. Okay, I'm getting better at the timing now. If I could get out of the water. Okay, what now? I like how they're looking at each other like they have the same question. Oh, that was it. That's surprising. I've said it before, but the lighting effects in this game are so pretty. I'm close to being on top of my own stuff. If there's anything you feel you could use help with in that regard, I don't mind, like editing or the like. Naturally, I would do it just for fun to help out. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Dark. Alright, we got the key, which means we can get out of here, finally. Alright, let's go ahead and see what unlocks with this key. Please let it be the final level, maybe? I guess not. I guess not. We still have possibly 2 left. You just noticed something funny? What did you notice, Dark? This game has to have an ending. Just 1 left? Well, let's truck ahead and see what this last level is like. My energy bill increased a bit, and I'm convinced it's because of my my slush ice machine. Well, you know what? If it's helping to keep you cool throughout this hellish summer, I would say that might actually be worth it. God, I really do miss slushies though. I have not had one since I was a kid. It's been a long time, sadly. I honestly don't pay as much as I used to, so I can't complain, but I do see a dent and only really gotten that lately in difference. Got it. Yeah, that would make sense. That's odd though. I wonder, does the manual or anything say how much like wattage or voltage it's taking up? Okay, how do I get up there? Because the cannon was how I got up to the other one. How do I get up to the jaws? Do you happen to know, Jay, how I get into the new area? I honestly should have paid more attention. Jump from the arms? Okay. Honestly should have paid more attention, but Dark in the moment was like, more like Slush Ice. Heck yeah. Understandable. Okay, this is new. I hate having to take pictures of these fairies. Sometimes it's easy, and then other times it is a nightmare. That one wasn't too bad, to be fair. Alright, what does this do? Okay, so that opened up somewhere. There we go. All right. What is this place? Looks like hell. All right, you're up, Chunky. First, let's hit that. There we go. Didn't mean to do that. I need the camera to cooperate with me. Can I not turn myself specifically in that direction?
Welcome to
Oh, thank
bonus
God it
stage.
wasn't the beaver bother. I know, you don't have to tell me twice, hurry. What the hell? But honestly, pretty cost efficient as well. I think I paid $45 for 10 liters of slush ice liquid. That's about $1.6 per 2 liters of finished slush ice, which I deem pretty decent. I feel like I'm making you want one. Now you are. Yes, you are. I haven't had one in a long time. Like I said, since I was a kid. So, I do miss it. There we go. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was wondering how we get to this guy. Okay, I need the camera to please turn. No. Alright, enough waiting around. Let's see what's inside. Intruder alert, intruder alert. I knew that was gonna happen. It's the Kongs. Wake up, you fools. Activate the machine. But it's not fully tested. It might explode and destroy us all. Don't tell me what I can't do. But please, Master, just give us a few more hours. No, the time has come. Goodbye, DK Island. Had to hurry up with that. Here's the deal, Kong. The blueprints you found have allowed me to block the Blastomatics firing sequence for 31 minutes. You must locate and deactivate the machine in the main cavern. Hurry or you won't have an island to go back to. So I'm... Okay. Let's make a separate save here. I've got a half hour to pull this off, chat. And the timer keeps going even when I'm selecting a Kong. Alright, we need Lanky here. Alright, now Chunky Kong. So basically, the more blueprints you recover, the more time you get. Yeah, that's what I figured, but I guess I kind of made my bed here, so 30 minutes is what we're gonna get. Alright, what do we need now? I'm assuming tiny, right? Yep. God, the music is so perfect dark right now. It is very, very perfect dark right now. Alright, now we need Diddy Kong. DK first. Wish I could knock these guys out of the ring. That would be nice. Oh, come on, stop that. There's a lever with him you need to pull? Okay, I'll look for it after this. Alright, let's find this lever. Lever located. Timers on timers, huh? No, no. Alright, we need Chunky Kong to go in there and demolish all of those doors. Alright, that's not gonna work. Now we need Donkey Kong. Let me break this one too while I'm at it. Okay. Alright, Donkey Kong first then. Hope I can do this in the remaining time I have left. I return. I am free of the room. Huzzah! Welcome back, Dandy, and I'm happy that you're done with the cleaning. That's excellent news. I've reached what I think is the last level. Wow, it's Rambi. Go bash some Kremlings. Watch out for the power pylons. God. You've got to be kidding me. There we go. Oh my god, there's gonna be 2 of these each? I don't think this is gonna be enough time. I've got to, like, do this perfectly. They were not fucking around with the difficulty when they made this game, huh? They meant business with this game. Not a fan of the countdown continuing into cutscenes. That seems a little unfair. Especially when I can't... when I can't, I would wait to get the medals. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder why. Oh, I guess because they take time, right? Like these medals right here, so I don't have to actually go through all this right now. Can I wait to do these? Jay? Should I just go into that door up there then? This one right here? No. Okay, wait. No, you have to do them. Okay. Alright, let's go back so I can get that time back. Just don't touch the metal. Got it. You'll like this one. Chunky, just find the hidden Kremling and bash him. Didn't realize I had such little time. Stand on the podium and use a sniper shot. Okay, that was thankfully easy. Okay, let's leave the metal and just go to the next one. Next up is Tiny Kong. Don't have time for that, come on. But yeah, did you reward yourself in any way, Dandy, for finishing that up? Maybe get something good to eat? Alright, here we go. This is... the camera is horrendous. The camera in this game is horrible. Good grief. Nope, I'm couch potatoing for the rest of the day. You know, I don't blame you at all. You've earned it. Without hitting the ground, and then press the switch. My god, this game is so ridiculous sometimes. Alright, now I need to... switch back. To Chunky so I can go break the door, and then I gotta come back and switch to Lanky. I'm also gonna have to grill dinner if I want to eat today. I'm thinking tortilla chips and pickles. Oh, girl dinner. I read that. I read that backwards. Alright, Lanky, you're up. Pickled tortilla chips, says Jay. Both are good, though. That sounds like a good, snack smorgasbord if that's all you have the energy for. You can never go wrong with pickles, you know? Understandable, because I'm no girl. I'm shocked there's no monkey bars in this game. Artist, welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you are doing well this evening. There may not be any monkey bars, but they are having me jump through hoops. Blast the zingers. I don't understand. Am I not hitting them? That is supremely frustrating. There we go. Jay says they don't monkey around. No, this part of the game is not monkeying around. This is very serious monkey business, artist. They're actually really good pickles too. What kind are they? Hit the hidden switch in the maze, then reach the finish line. Please, for the love of God, let me make it there. Oh, thank God. Wickles, pickles, dill slices? That sounds delicious. God, now I'm hungrier. I don't care that there's no hat. I know you have one somewhere. Welcome in, Augustine. I hope you're doing well. Where did that one open up? I completely missed that. Let me actually go back because I missed that cutscene. Okay, it's high up. Got it. You think, oh, dill pickle is a dill pickle, but these are actually fire? I can believe it. There's what you call it, there was a place I went this one time and, actually got these special, like, kosher pickles, and they were so good. I've never been able to forget the taste of them ever since I had them, and I'm now hungry thinking about that. Well, this game is ape-pallingly basic. Apparently, there's a tremendous amount of monkey business, but it's just characters going ape-wild. Okay, artist, that's a really good one. Take to the air and shoot 4 switches to get a surprise. Is a surprise a shitty minigame? By any chance? You wouldn't do that to me, right, Rare? Stupid. So stupid. That's what I'm chasing. Really good pickles? I know, right? Sushi would be really happy to hear us talking about pickles right now. She loves pickles. And I don't blame her. What if the surprise is a good minigame for once? Never. Bash the Kremling that activated the switch, then press it. How am I supposed to know which Kremling activated the switch? I see which Kremling activated the switch. While I was preparing, I heard you complaining. Just be happy, at least you're not dealing with monk... Oh wait, never mind. Sorry, I got distracted. How's stream so far? Stream has been good. I've just been put through hell by this game. That's it? No more timer? Thank goodness. Now we can go through and get all of the medals. It sounds like you're playing Earthbound. Okay, not up there. I see, since you've already been to hell, thoughts on playing Undertale? I've been interested in playing Undertale. I would be interested in it. I do think it would probably... I could easily see it giving me a lot of problems, but I would be interested in playing Undertale at some point. Thank God. This way I'll never have to play it. God, I hate that I have to run back all the way through here and get all these medals. I guess in hindsight I could have grabbed them and I would have had a decent amount of time left, but... it's not worth the risk. Is it Tiny Kong next, I think? I would like to, funny enough that Artist brought it up, but I would like to probably play through Earthbound before playing Undertale first, because I never had the opportunity to. It is on the NSO, so I could. Because I've always wanted to, first, and second, it would be cool to play what inspired Undertale first, you know what I mean? Alright, now all I need is Lanky. Then we can keep proceeding. Shame Melandria isn't here. I know how much she loves Lanky Kong's Oplaws. You should probably start with Earthbound Beginnings, yeah. As I've said before, I'd sit here and watch you play Cookie Clicker. So I'm happy no matter what. Well, thank you so much, Augustine. I appreciate that. Any first release Cave Story enjoyers in chat? I remember when that game came out, but I never played it. Alright, let's switch to Guess Donkey Kong is probably the safest bet as we proceed through here. If Donkey Kong can actually get up get up steps. Four crowns to get that door open. What is in there? Of course he runs. What is that? Can I do anything with this right here? Huh. Feels like I might be able to do something with that, but I guess not. I now see why I needed the rare coin and the N64 coin. Did I get two in one photo? Yes, I actually did. Okay. So now that I guess there's no operating this, right? Guess we take that key back to the cage now. Done here? Okay. Alright, chat, we might actually finish this game tonight. It feels surreal to say that, but we might actually do it. Okay, before we turn this key in, there was a barrel that opened up for Chunky Kong somewhere. I want to see if I can find that real quick. An end to the DK minigames? I think not. Surely they'll at least haunt our dreams. They definitely will haunt mine. Especially because they tried to force another, Beaver Bother on me, and I said hell no. With a little bit of moral support from Dandy to make the choice to give up on that. It's a game without a little surrealism. Okay. Where is it? I think your sanity is more important than 100%ing the game. Oh, I don't have a snowball's chance in hell of 100%ing this game. I can tell you that right now. I commend anybody who has 100%ed this game, including Jay here. Because I would definitely not be able to do that. This game is far too packed with collectibles and gated behind too many mini games that would drive me crazy, I think. We finally got the cage open. Dubious mini games, yeah. Some of which have been a fun little distraction, others which have been an absolute nightmare. Yeah, that really says it all, doesn't it, Dark? The fact that, the beaver emote will forever be, our community in-joke / reference for, pain. Says it all. My sanity is tied to 100%ing the game. Jay, I am impressed that you can even, that you have any sanity left after 100%ing this game. That was not a good landing for him. This game has taught me that I don't have enough alligator-esque animal companions with attitude problems. Where did he land? Yes, Dandy, that is us doing the spell dance to, Oh, hey, look. Look what it is here. You don't know how remarkably satisfying that is. It's a sentient microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event of the game. We bring you 12 3-minute rounds of boxing for the undisputed heavyweight championship of DK Isle, brought to you this evening by Rare and Nintendo in association with K. Rool Enterprises. Introducing the Kong family versus King Krusha K. Rool. So much for the microphone. Judges at ringside are non-existent, and your timekeepers tonight will act in a fair and unbiased manner. I'm sure they will. Hey, look at the timekeepers. They wouldn't possibly ever be biased, you don't think, right? Weighing in at a solid 800 pounds, I give you the prime primate. Donkey Kong. And King K. Rool. Okay. Microphone for Smash. Can you imagine that, Shuri? The camera is kicking my ass harder than K. Rool. Okay, I now see how I'm supposed to do this. The controls. Oh look, the camera decided it wanted to help. Okay, we must try that again. I'll allow the microphone into Smash if they also get the gate guard from Fire Emblem Three Houses. You know, I'm so glad you said that, Dandy. The gate guard was so cool. Watch out, he does fake outs. That explains it. Alright, let's try this again. Need that there was a unique loss. Yeah. I wonder if they have different weight announcements if you come into this with a different Kong than Donkey Kong as well. Okay, now he's gonna start getting trickier with this. So let's be patient this time and wait it out. There we go. Alright, so he went for a double fake out that time. Should have probably saw that coming. A triple fake out. Okay, there we go. Lame. Not a fake out, just a short window. And now making his way into the ring, it's the champ of chimps. Oh, so I do have to do this with all of them. He has a boomerang boxing glove. Please, game, I'm begging you to register that I'm jumping into this thing. Of course, the boomerang boxing glove can also go up. You've got to be kidding me with this. Let me go back a little. Chat. This is unreal. These are the things that... There we go. Now the question is, what am I supposed to do? I see targets. Targets that I'm supposed to shoot with this awful camera. While he locks on to me. I know, so shoot the lights on him. Thank you, Churi. I just now finally realize that. It's not bad conceptually, this is a cool idea, but the camera is... The camera is a problem. Oh yeah, definitely. This is a spray and pray situation right now, Churi. The camera is certified butts, yeah. But we're not doing too bad. All things considered. I wish one of the other Kongs would get into that room and beat them up. He boasts the longest reach currently in the world today. Introducing... Lanky Kong. Lights out, K-Rool. It should be lights out, but of course. Oh, it is lights out, K-Rool. I see. Like, they just throw stuff at you and you just have to figure it all out in the heat of the moment. You know, I don't understand why it makes me throw it immediately. There we go. So now we need to do this so we can slip, right? Camera is the secret PBEG of the game. Is the heat of the moment telling me what the heart meant? The heat of the moment. Well, I got distracted reading chat for a second. So wait a minute. Terrible, terrible controls on this part. Go home, K. Rool, you're drunk, I know, right? Is there something I have to do to him there, or is it doing enough that he's slipping and falling? Am I doing this right? Doing enough? Okay. Okay, that's not gonna happen. Let's go back. That's not gonna work. I'm about to run out of time if I don't do this properly. Throwing the throwing the barrel is incredibly difficult. It is very unresponsive. Look at that shit. Oh my god. This is horrible. Oh my god. I wish I could convey to you how bad this is right now with the controls. This thing has a mind of its own. Look at the crowd. Gonna go lay down. Best of luck with the game. May the beavers be with you. Thank you so much, Dark. I really appreciate that. And once again, I just want to say to everybody, Dark Weaver is having a special stream this Friday in celebration of 50 followers. So please do make sure that you go and check it out. It's at, what is it, UTC +2 time? I'm not great with time zones. Unfortunately, outside of the US time zones, sadly. But I do believe it's UTC +2, right? Feel free to correct me, Dark, if I'm wrong. But yes, please do drop by on Friday and check out her stream. I don't know what she'll be doing, but I'm very excited to check it out. UTC plus 2, okay. My memory isn't that bad yet. I hate that it just makes me automatically throw this thing. My channel also got other time zones listed in the banner right now. Okay, that's good. Yeah, everybody give her a follow if you haven't, and definitely drop by on Friday. I would be really, really happy if you did. So Jay, you said look at the crowd. Should I do the fourth one instead? Sweet dreams, you all. Big love. Thank you. Sweet dreams to you as well. I can't get this thing to... I can't get this to work. Is there something that I'm missing here? Do you have any advice, Jay or Churi or anybody who has played this game before? Because I don't understand why this is not working. It won't let me hold it, it just makes me automatically throw it. Pick up the barrel and move, because that's what I'm doing. You know, I don't know why it wasn't doing that before, but I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to question it. Press to pick up, then press again to throw. It's unbelievable to me. I kept tapping it once and it was... Alright. It is what it is. Let's just get this guy. Alright, next round. Who's up next? Tiny? Can one of the other Kongs please go knock these guys out? Why are we tolerating this? Look, there's a whole crew of them. Why are we just standing here and letting them do this? It's funny. Hailing all the way from DK Isle, it's the girl with the whirl. Tiny Kong. Okay, I had a feeling that that hole was gonna have something to do with this. I think I hate it. Are we gonna have to do this to every single one of his toes? Of course the answer is yes. Okay, I am taking too much damage. Here's what I'm gonna do real quick. I'm gonna make a save point right here, because I don't want to have to start this battle from the beginning, and I already know, of course, Rare is gonna make me do that, because of course, why wouldn't they, right? Okay. The stupid pattern on this is like random as fuck too. And then you get clipped. Oh, I hate this. I hate this so much that... This is so cheap. I hate it as much as you do, and I'm not even playing it. Of course, Oh my god. Alright, shut up, K-Rool. Of course. Whichever ones they decide to do is just completely fucking random with no fucking rhythm to it whatsoever. Because why wouldn't it be? I missed my opportunity there. I'm gonna be abusing the hell out of these rewinds, so just to make it very, very clear, I am not interested in starting this battle from the very beginning. This legitimately sucks. The fact that it keeps clipping you just looks infuriating. Yeah. Yeah, see, like that. I'm not in the perfect little pixel to not get hit by this shit. And then your instincts are like worthless because the rhythm is completely random. It just does whatever it wants to. You're just supposed to know that because it shakes, that you're good. Whatever. Thank you for the hydrate. You don't know how ready I am to be done with this game. I've never played a game before in which I've had such a love-hate relationship with it. It's not that I'm no longer a fan of the game, Dandy. It's just that some parts of this game are just straight up dog shit. I can't put it any other way. It's still a good game. I played worse games, but my god. There's just parts of this game that don't function. Alright, here we go. Tipping the scales at a mighty 2,000 pounds, he's a hard-hitting Donkey Kong. What are they gonna do to me now? Okay. Alright, that makes sense. Why is he saying thank you when he got punched? Please. Are we done, or are they gonna do something else ridiculous? This is not how I predicted this was gonna go. I don't know what's more disturbing, that or the fact that it was working. I want whatever the deaths were on. And that's it. Wow. Well, I guess... the credits are as good a time as any for me to, share my thoughts on this experience. This has definitely been... And now you're free of this game? Yes. Thank you, Augustine, for the bit. Thank you for the bit. This was not what I imagined this game was gonna be like, both for the better and the worse. Whenever I've seen people talk about this game and how much of a pain it is because of all the collectibles, I understand what they were talking about, but I do feel like the collectibles aren't as much of an issue as the things surrounding it, right? Yeah, I'll commit to the bit. Thank you, Dandy. Thank you for the bit. And what I mean by that is, like, the collectibles being so numerous wouldn't be as much of a problem if you could change characters on the fly and if the camera was not horrible. Because, like, Super Mario Odyssey is a game that I feel is kind of similar to this in the way that it handles the collectibles. Super Mario Odyssey is also replete with a shit ton of collectibles. It is very much a collectathon. But Odyssey has some of the best platformer controls of all time. So even though there's a ton of them in that game, you never really feel frustrated because it's a joy to play Super Mario Odyssey. This game can feel painful to play at times. And I feel like that's what makes the amount of collectibles a problem. If you could change characters on the fly and the camera wasn't so much of a pain to work with, I really wouldn't have too much of an issue with the collectibles. However, what is a bigger problem with this game, in my opinion, is stuff just flat out not working right. The minigames often don't feel like they were tested for very long. And some stuff just really outstays its welcome. The rule of 3 with boss battles in games can definitely be a little predictable, but I understand why it's done, because sometimes things are only good if they're done for a very short amount of time, you know what I mean? It's like a movie that goes on way, way too long, and I feel like a lot of the boss battles tend to have that problem. This is a game that is deeply flawed, but also there is a really good game in here. I didn't hate it. I just hated the experience of playing it too many times, if that makes sense. Like, it's not a bad game, not by any stretch of the imagination. I really liked it. It has a wonderful atmosphere. The music is fantastic, as you would come to expect from Grant Kirkhope. The graphics are actually really, really good. Like, this game has such a distinct look to it that it's hard to hold on, I guess that's it. Let me press that real quick. This game has such a distinct look to it that I actually kind of wish more modern games had, in the sense of the way it handles its lighting. It has this cross between cartoony and moody, like kind of realistic and moody. Very hard to explain. I didn't hate the game, I hated playing it. Yeah, it was a good game. But there's just too many parts that didn't feel like they were ready for Showtime, if that makes sense. And I feel like, if anything, I don't feel this game needs to be remade, maybe remastered. If this game were to be remastered, they could iron out a lot of the issues with it by fixing the mini games that don't work, and maybe cutting down the length of some of the boss battles, and generally just adding some more quality of life fixes. I feel like that is what would help this game live up to its potential. It doesn't quite need a remake, but maybe just a remaster in the style of like the Night Dive remasters of games like Turok and stuff like that would be what this game would need to live up to its full potential. Because it is a good game. It's just bogged down by bad decisions and tech issues. It needs a bug fix patch and some quality of life features. Yes, absolutely. Alright, Adrian, time to learn coding. I can't be the one in charge of trying to fix the problems with this game. But I did really enjoy it. I did. I am happy to be done with it, though. We're going to talk about what's next when I go back to the office, but as long as we're here, we might as well send this game off the way it deserves to be sent off. You know we have to listen to it one more time. Must we? Yes. He wasn't in the mood in the other Donkey Kong Country games. But he was here. One hell of a guy. And just like that, goodbye Donkey Kong 64. We are done with this game, and we're gonna be heading back to the office now. Okay. I need an Adrian cover of this song. Thank you all for being here this evening and bearing witness to the gracious completion of Donkey Kong 64. I'm so happy to be done with this game. As much as I did enjoy it, I'm so happy to be done with it. DK Rap the Cursed Edition. Yes, this was fun, but I'm so glad to be done with it. I am aiming to hopefully be back tomorrow, and what we will likely be playing is Agent 64, courtesy of Lost Bulgay, who I'd like to thank again for gifting me the game. I really appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to playing it, and I hope all of you enjoy it. My hope is that my laptop won't completely crap out over it, but it should be alright. Should be fine, hopefully. We'll know when we test it tomorrow. If it gives me problems, then I guess we'll just go ahead and pivot to playing more Chronos: A New Dawn. But assuming everything works out, which is always a dangerous assumption with my laptop, we should be good to play some Agent 64. So I hope that you guys are looking forward to that. Kind of continuing the Rare train a little bit, even though it's not developed by anybody from Rare, but it is pretty much the spiritual successor to GoldenEye, not counting Perfect Dark, so more Rare-esque games. But yes, we're gonna go ahead and look for somebody cool to raid. Let's see who's on. And by the way, over on YouTube, thank you so much, Jay, for your help in playing this game. It was much appreciated, and also just in general, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. When do we send Adrian to the 3DO mines? The only thing with the 3DO that I want to have anything to do with, Falco, is the Army Men games. I loved those games. I don't know if I want to play anything on 3DO hardware though. Although honestly, it would be cool for a historical context to get to play stuff on there, but I can't say that I'm clamoring to play any 3DO games. Oh shit, the ball gown is already here? Yeah, I work fast. Alright, we're gonna be raiding into Neo Sunday. They are currently playing Persona 5 Royal. And since we're already listening to Persona music in the back, I think it's rather fitting, right? So, spoiler warning probably for anybody who is interested in playing the Persona games. But I'm not exactly sure what part of the game they're at. Some Army Men games are much better than others. Ask me how I know. How do you know, Valko? The ones that I've played and that are my favorites are the Sarge's Hero games and the Air Combat games. Because I played a bunch of them. Which one is your favorite, Valko? I have to know this before I sign off. Let me get the raid message ready. Yes, for those of you that are going to be coming along to say hi to Neo Sunday, that's going to be our raid message. I'd have to say the PS2 version of Air Attack. Interesting. I've never played that one. I have the N64 version of Air Combat, which I believe I think Air Attack is based on that, right? But yeah, my favorite is probably Sarge's Heroes 2, which I really hope at some point comes to the NSO, because I would love to play that game for you guys. That is one of my favorite games of all time. And the N64 version soundtrack is incredible. Because the PS1 versus PS2 versions are completely different. Yeah, they really are. Yeah. Same with the N64 versions, yeah. 3DO was a weird company. Yes. And some butthole sitting on the Army Men IP. I know, and it makes me so sad, because those games could use remakes, they could use remasters, and the Army Men IP is crying out for a brand new release in both the isometric games and the Sarge's Heroes series. I'm telling you, I've had visions of a new Sarge's Heroes release with modern third-person controls, like something probably like Uncharted. And the reason why I say Uncharted is because that game also has platforming, just like the Army Men games. So you'd have cover shooting and third-person mechanics, as well as platforming stuff. And environmental damage is something that I feel is such a good fit for Army Men. Like, I have this vision of taking cover behind, like, I don't know, like a box of crackers or something, and shooting a milk carton to like wash a bunch of tan soldiers off the side of a counter. Like, just imagine how cool that would look in modern graphics. There's so much they could do with it. Gates of Hell style Army Men RTS would be pretty dope. Yeah, there is, of course, the Army Men RTS game that came out around that era, so there would be precedence for them to do something like that. But see, the thing is, honestly, you wouldn't even need the IP. Like, I'd love it if it was a part of it, but we could get some indie dev to do, ironically, what the dev that did Agent 64 just did. Just make your own thing, you know? I mean, it's not like, you know, toy soldiers have been used in plenty of things. They could just do that, just make their own cast of characters and recapture the feeling. So indie developers, if by any chance any of you are watching this stream for some reason, please be our saving grace and resurrect Army Men in your own way. I would be forever grateful to you. Although I know that that is sadly not very likely. But yes, we're gonna go ahead and raid out now. There we go. Alright, everybody. That's going to be it for me today. I hope you all have a great rest of your evening. Please eat if you haven't yet. And make sure that you get some good sleep as well. I should hopefully be seeing you guys again tomorrow for some Agent 64. I hope you're looking forward to that as much as I am. And if anybody at Sony Bend is watching, bring back Siphon Filter, you jobbers. Yeah. We're gonna make that game. You know, Dandy, I wish. It would make me really happy to be a part of bringing that series back. It means a lot to me. I really, really do love that series. But we must part ways for the evening. Thank you all for being here. I always love spending time with you guys, and thank you for all the great laughs and everything. It was a great stream. Yes, get some rest, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow. Hierophant in reverse, just do it. You know what? You're right. Next sub goal, Adrian becomes a programmer. I wish it was that easy, but I'm almost out of time. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, stay spellbound.